Good morning, welcome back to Gwent, Thronebreaker. We have a little bit of chatting to do to people this morning, because we just reached
I'm
Angren.
pleased to see you again, Mom.
Duty calls.
Of course.
Yes, Your Grace?
Reynard, you fought in the first war against me.
Yes, Your Grace. No, as a mere captain then.
Were they equally cruel? Did they scorch fields, turn peasants into slaves?
No, Your Grace. They fought with honor in those days.
So, what's happened? Why the change?
Sir, Var Emrys's heart hardened over the years. He's grown crueler, more ruthless. His soldiers' zeal for violence has followed suit.
But you don't say that.
No, Your Grace.
To your mind, why do they now despise us as they war against us?
It is ever easier to loathe those you know. Before the First War, they knew nothing about us. Then they saw they'd the better weapons, larger cities, superior craft. But in our towns, waste flowed through the streets in open gutters, and they concluded we weren't their equals. It's far easier to kill when one holds such a belief.
It's time I attended to other matters.
Hey ho, how's my favourite queen in the north?
Ever have regrets? Feel remorse?
For what?
Oh, I don't know. Killing innocents, perhaps? Murdering travelers, pilgrims?
I've always warned them. Won't touch a hair on your heads, provided you don't resist. So, see, gave them a choice. Besides, innocence? Please leave. We both know those to be mythical creatures. Everyone's got something on their conscience.
So there's always call for murder?
That's right. Dead right. You need but answer it.
It's time I attended to other matters. Farewell.
Always good to see the Queen. How can I help you?
We haven't had a chance to speak since we left Mahakam. Why join us? Or decide to leave your homeland, for that matter?
As I said, I was in your debt. Still am.
You're a dwarf of honor. I'm pleased. But not entirely convinced 'twas reason enough for you to leave your clan.
Not about to let me off easy, are you? All right. I may have been motivated elsewise.
By a guilty conscience?
The horridness with the Fuchses. All that blood and mud. It went too far. I tried to talk it out with the elders. They brushed me aside like a wee bear. But that weren't the whole of it. I saw the shite dwarves living in your cities go through. Thought I'd forget once I came home. Got back to dealing with my own problems. Only... can't I forget something like that? I've got to help. Any way I can. Nothing would come of my sitting on my arse in my hack.
I understand, Gabor. And I know you'll find a way to help. We shall return to this conversation later.
No skin off my back. We seeing each other, Your Grace.
Yes, my lady?
I haven't had the opportunity to thank you. Had you not been so alert, we'd have fallen to our deaths in Mahakam.
I merely did my duty, Your Majesty.
Modest as ever. Yet once the war is over, I shall make certain you're properly rewarded.
My lady, the one reward I desire is victory. Your victory.
Thinking back, I don't really see how he was able to see that the
matters await
bridge
my
was
attention.
broken, because he was
We shall
on the
speak
bridge.
later.
As you wish, my lady.
You need my help with anything? Anything at all. I've ideas aplenty.
Ever travelled with an army before?
Frankly, can't say that I have. You folk are my first. And let me say, it's not nearly as done as I expected. Your travelling companions are fascinating, truly.
Is that so? Who, if I might ask?
Let me think. Then there's that aged woman. Isabel, is it? Oh, Your Grace, a complete lunatic, that one. Did you know she believes the world to be round? Round! Like an egg! And just between the two of us, the quiet chap, Xavier, gives me the willies, truth be told. Could just be on account of his face looking like a piece of taffy stuck to the sole of a boot. Who else? Oh, right. A word of advice. Never play Gascon at cards. He's a hustler, that one. And he tells tall tales. About debts. Specifically, ones that I supposedly owe him. And the Reynard fellow. What a jester. Always good for a laugh.
I'm sorry, what?
Every day he barks at me, stand at attention, with a perfectly straight face. And last, he asked asked if I'd served in the Norm Army. I mean, really, sometimes I just can't with that man.
Very thorough, Barnabas. I thank you. Time I attended to other matters.
Ah, yes, you're still here. Off you go, then.
What a lovely swamp this is.
Hidden among brambles, Meve watched the Nilfgaardian sentries atop the palisade. In full gear, alert in stance, they looked sharp and ready to defend the stronghold.
Blast.
Meve hissed, for she now knew Red Lobendon would not fall by surprise. A siege would be needed, but it would slow her advance. Yet there was naught she could do, as this was her one road to Angren and to Caldwell. Reynard wiped the sweat from his brow, donned his helmet, and dropped his visor with a tap.
On your command, Your Majesty.
Very well. We mustn't delay. Reynard, our plan of attack. Armoured infantry to lead and take the first salvo upon their breast, scaling ladders to follow. Afterwards...
Masterful. Truly masterful.
Interrupted Gascon.
Yet, despite the mastery, fit to be improved.
How, namely?
Hold back your force. Lie in waiting. I'll take 10 good men and open the gates for you. Wide.
And how do you aim to achieve this?
Asked Reynard.
Knock and claim to be a trinket peddler, I suppose. Or perhaps one of Lebioda's devout disciples.
Must you know every last detail? Where's the fun in that, sir?
There's none in warfare. Never.
Seethed Reynard.
For war is no farce. Your Majesty, he stands no chance. Not the slightest.
None at all, I concur. Yet his eagerness intrigues. Let's see what he can do.
Reynard did not approve of Meve's decision, this was clear, yet he dared not undermine it. The Queen's blessing now his, Gascon assembled a small force and set off, straight for the stronghold gate.
Lambs to the slaughter,
muttered Reynard, shaking his head.
My Queen, it's not too late. We can always...
Shh! Look.
Already at the gate, Gascon lifted his arm in a gesture of peace, then merrily bantered a bit with the guards. A moment later, the gates jerked into motion.
But how?
No matter. The gate stands open. We must attack.
Meve raced off towards the fortress without even glancing back. She knew well her soldiers would follow.
Strays have come to play!
Order!
So as long as I don't put anyone in a range roll first.
Our ballista, your command. Left, right, left, right.
Your life is mine now. This could hurt.
Should have listened to me, old lady. Again and again and again.
Order will triumph. It must triumph. All right, that's no problem.
Boost all copies of an ally by 5. Well, I didn't know that's what that did.
I'm a monster.
See, my Demetrian Shackles only got me 1 bronze card from his deck. Summon 3 bronze units from your opponent's deck to your side. It gave me 1 Magna Division. And yet he had more Magna Divisions in his deck because he was able to summon them from his deck. So I don't understand how that worked.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Watch your heads!
One boat's all I need. Praise be to the great sword!
Get another Nilfgaardian command on his hand.
Don't mind this. Give me a time.
My boots got sand aplenty in them.
Gloire en Kazer!
One red Lobington for you, my lady. Compliments of the house.
Gascon seemed a fiend as he fought his way to the keep, then single-handedly killed the commander. Suddenly leaderless, the Nilfgaardians laid down their arms.
My, Gascon. Colour me surprised.
Pleasantly so, I trust.
Don't fish for compliments, it doesn't suit you. Besides, you know you deserve both medal and title.
I shall hold you to it, my queen.
In due course. But I must know how. What ruse persuaded the Nilfgaardians to open the gate?
Come, my delightful charms, no ruse.
Ah, I see. Not one to share secrets.
Unremarkable, as I see it. I'd hold my tongue too, were my conscience thus burdened.
I've done naught to hide my shameful past, friend. I was a brigand, indeed, yet...
Do not dare take me for a fool. You know of what I speak.
Yet I don't. Reynard, what is this? What the devils is with you?
Your Grace, in Mahakam, the Nilfgaardian letter we managed to intercept. Consider your offer accepted. Direct Meve and her force to the agreed site. We await their arrival. Your reward shall be as agreed. 'Twas Gascon who told us Caldwell had received Angren to rule. 'Twas Gascon who suggested we ride for Lobington. Here, the Blackclads willingly opened the gate, for they expected him to deliver a prisoner. You!
No.
I don't believe this. No, it cannot be.
Deny it, Gascon. Go on. Tell me I'm wrong. Do you require any more proof, Your Grace? What do they promise you? Amnesty? Coin in heaps?
Both. I knew Nilfgaard wouldn't parley with me as a matter of course. To be treated seriously, I needed something they valued. A stroke of luck, it was, the chance to free you from Caldwell's grip. 'Twas in Edern that we first spoke. Then came to an understanding after Rosberg's fall.
Why do I still live then? Why not snatch me under Knight's mantle? Drag me to Red Lobington in chains?
Leave. I sought to sell you out, I did, and aimed to gain by it. Yet in Edern, you earned my respect. In Mahakam, my admiration. I swore then I wouldn't follow the terms of the accord I'd made. Instead, I'd let you into the fort and make damn sure the Commandant couldn't reveal the truth. Alas, she seems I underestimated Reynard.
Flattery will get you knout. You, sir, are a traitor.
Ah, please, Fred. You appear to me a pot that calls the kettle black.
Reynard? What does he mean?
I've no notion, your grace. Not the slightest.
Truly? Ha, and I had you pegged for a man of honor. Come now, Reynard. Who sent secret missives to Willem? Go on, you really should tell your queen.
What? Reynard?
His Highness guest chambers in Mahakam. One of my lads snuck in. Found a letter bearing the signature of one Reynard Odo.
Reynard, I beg you. Say it's not so. Tell me it's a filthy lie.
Your grace. I'd hoped His Highness and you would reconcile. To see son stand against mother rent my heart. I wish to help.
Behind my back.
Your Majesty, I sought merely to push the youth to see reason, to open his eyes.
So say you now. Yet I can't know what was in the letters. I can't know what pacts you made. And alas, I can no longer take you at your word.
I'm not alone in having deceived. Yet I am in repairing my wrong.
Meve felt a tempest rise inside her. Yet she could not release it lest it cloud her view. She would solve the problem, strike it from her mind, and resume her journey at once.
Drawn and quartered I should have you both. Yet in truth, I cannot do without your aid. Now more than ever. 'Tis the one reason I show mercy and forgive.
Your grace, perhaps made with doubt, but 'tis the right decision. I shall prove it. Thank you.
Reynard and I rarely see eye to eye, but under the circumstances, I second his every word.
Oh, shut your damn traps! And I believe you're needed in the wagon train. Now!
The Queen's wish was clear and fierce. Gascon and Reynard slid off, leaving Meve to her thoughts.
From the palisade's rampart, Meve gazed out over the marshlands across the Aruga. The Queen sighed deeply. She expected great challenges in Angren. She had also expected, even hoped, to find the one traitor in her midst. But two, and both her close aides-de-camp. She felt a weight upon her heart now.
Blasted all.
She muttered.
Not the first dagger I've taken in the back. Likely not the last either. Yet to pity my lot will help not at all.
From the captive Nilfgaardians, Meve learned Caldwell was at Tuzla Castle, in Angren's very heart. A small detachment would remain at Red Lobendon, while the Queen with the rest of her force set off to face the treacherous Count.
Mom, I must speak to you when you find a free moment. I'm pleased to see you again, Mom. You need something?
You wish to speak with me? In private?
Yes, Mom. I've given thought to certain matters. The time's come to explain and reveal my decisions. I've not been entirely honest, but I've seen you very much deserve the truth. You're brave, wise, and above all, you've a good heart. And thus you're unlike any other ruler I've ever met, had dealings with.
Isabel, what is it you wish to say? You're starting to worry me.
I told you of Sintra and Sodden. Do you recall? It's true, I took part in that war. Yet I fought for the Empire.
What? I'm not certain I understand.
My name is Isbel eb Muirmos, of Nilfgaard. I wish I could say I am from a conquered province. I wish I had that luxury. But no, I hail from the city of the Golden Towers itself.
My, I'd certainly not expected that. Please, tell me more.
I went straight from the academy to the army, as mages do in Nilfgaard. Yet I truly believed our aim to be to build a better world. With our help, the mages, the Emperor conquered realm after realm, right up to the Amel Mountains. Yet he was not sated, and turned his greedy eyes to the north. But the north stood and faced him. I'll never forget the bloodbath he wrought in Sintra. It was unspeakable.
He sought to intimidate us. He united us instead.
Indeed. At Sodden, when chaos engulfed the Imperial army, I saw my chance to flee the madness and begin life anew. And I did just that. I never sought thereafter to rejoin my countrymen or return to my home. Instead, I stayed in the north and swore never again to use my magic to harm others. Yet I cannot stand idle as the Emperor perpetrates atrocity after atrocity. I wish to fight at your side.
All deserve a second chance. Yet from now on, there are to be no more secrets between us.
Certainly. I thank you. You've no idea what this means to me.
Good. Oh, and Isbel. This must stay between us alone. For your own sake.
I appreciate the concern, Mom. But you needn't worry about me. I've lived for some time in the north, and dare say I know how to get by.
Isabel Destroyer, huh?
The city of the Golden Towers. Don't think I know any soul who's seen it with their own eyes.
Did you know many common folk believe they're made of real gold, the towers? Yet they're named for how the southern sun dances off their rooftops. My family lived in the capital long before Nilfgaard was ever an empire. The city is of great beauty, was always a source of pride, turned arrogance in time. When I was but a lass, my father would take me to the grand amphitheater to watch the gladiators fight. A daughter of Nilfgaard should grow accustomed to the sight of blood, he said. For to conquer the world was our destiny.
Dreadful. You must have hated it.
At the time, I saw nothing wrong in it. I admired the gladiators for their bravery, skill, finesse. Though now it shames me to admit it.
Duty calls. I must go.
Of course. Should you need me, I'll be here.
So what does Isabel Destroyer do? Pretty much the same as healer, just deal damage to enemies instead of healing ourselves. Pretty strong. I think I preferred the healer version, honestly. But okay.
I'll keep a close eye on him, Mom. Don't you fret.
God have me, sir.
I'll keep a close eye on him, Mom. Don't you fret.
Not.
No two ways to it. Charming this county the Blackclads granted Caldwell to rape.
Yes, a gift so lovely Caldwell could not refuse. Ep Dahi, it seems, wished to be rid of the Count, so as to rule Lyria alone.
I do wonder why they quarreled.
Caldwell wished to rule by Willem's hand, and by his claim. Of little benefit to Nilfgaard, so the general disapproved.
As do I, by all means.
somewhat maze-like. Mostly that's the first main choke point, so if we go down right first. For every wolf in your hand, boost by 1. Just got 5 wolves. Jeez. Alright.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Okay, so then do the boost again, just the damage again.
You mad? Don't shake that! This could hurt!
Left, right, left, right.
Seize a damaged bronze enemy. Oh, that's pretty strong.
One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Ah, should have listened to me old lady.
That works for me.
Again and again and again. Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Watch your heads! My favourite cut of lamb. The shank.
Not supposed to be any smoke.
This harvest will be reaping black clouds.
Can I see what the card I'm about to play does? Because I have no idea again. Every turn start, drain the lowest enemy units by 1. Okay, that's pretty good to have stolen from their deck.
Our ballista at your command.
Don't like this.
Left, right, left, right.
Catch! My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Looking to dance, mate?
Vampires are a nuisance, aren't they?
For you, pal! Anything.
I'm a monster. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
We got weakened by 4. Was it 13 power to start with? Jeez.
What? Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Barnabas being able to make decoy seems a little bit broken.
Sorry, turnips back for an encore.
I've got 300 people. Separate, broken. Been up there, been down there. Card fragment, we'll take one. Wait, what? Every 4 turns, destroy the lowest unit and damage an enemy by the power of the destroyed unit. That seems a little bit mean-spirited. My mulligans in this are not the best.
One boat's all I need.
Those vampires are fair annoying.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Transfer rain is 2 damage every turn. Same as regular version, so.
Give me a target. I smell a leak. Are you mad? Don't shake that!
Left, right, left, right. Again and again and again. An army's a waste of time for one like me.
This could hurt.
Our ballista, your command.
Not supposed to be any smoke.
Armor won't serve.
That works. It strengthens him when he reads my hand. Wow. He seized it back, the Gunnar Arcane. That's fair enough, game. That's fair enough. Heck no. Being able to steal my cards is not proving to be very good for me. These guys all come into play with armor as well, like.
Her Majesty is exceptional.
Left, right, left.
My pain serves a purpose.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Of course, draining enemies is going through armor because it doesn't.
What? Oh, yes, yes, I'm on it.
Aye.
I'm done in a jiffy.
Got a death wish?
Make love, not war.
That'll work. So that's a choke point out of here. We should double back up and go through there. Is that a bridge that Xavier can fix? Probably not much need to, but I'm sure I might as well. Don't let people die.
One bolt's all I need.
I thought they would attack the lowest unit on the battlefield would damage each other, no? Okay, so... if that's the case, I only have 5 attacks. I'm not sure I can actually win this.
One bolt.
Without looking up.
Give me
Let's just try this with zone, see how quickly it murders.
Abelis to your command.
Did he disappear and die? What?
I'm a won't say.
I wouldn't have thought. I didn't realize he'd die when he reached the other side, so. That was a lot easier than I expected it to be, because I didn't think they would just disappear. Deploy spawn 2 copies of this unit and every turn drain a random enemy by 1. That's a little bit harsh.
Give me a target.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
catch! I smell a reek.
Our ballista at your command.
I didn't keep any mulligans. It's fine.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Left, right, left, right.
I'm a war sir.
You mad? Don't shake that! This could hurt.
Again and again and again. Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Hammer done in a jiffy.
Ah, I thought we went blitz. My bad.
We must trust each other.
I think you'll really like this one.
How are Gizo Arbalists in my deck? Would they not be in my graveyard from the first round? Yeah. Okay, again. You're a little bit broken.
Left, right, left, right.
hunger and suffering. For what?
Favorite cut of lamb? The shank.
Feel any burning? See a local healer or wise woman?
That's kind of ridiculous. You can just keep playing Barnabas with decoys.
Not supposed to be any smoke.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, a time to die.
That's a cool animation for that. So being up there, didn't see a path down that way though. It's kind of hard to see the paths in this level because everything's just green swamp and marsh. Looks like we've cleared everything out in this area though.
The Lyrians came to a crossroads. As Meve and her scouts conferred about the proper path to take, a footman, of a sudden, collapsed upon the muddy ground. His comrades strove to rouse him. Alas, to no avail. Meve called for a medic. One arrived, post-haste. He checked for wounds, a heartbeat, all else for which a medic checks. Then he peered down the soldier's throat. In a flash, he was on his feet, his hand over his mouth, backing away.
What's with him? What's wrong?
The Queen asked, her eyes darting between the medic and his patient.
Typhus exanthematicus, Your Grace.
Replied the physician, wiping his hands with a spirit-soaked cloth.
Typhus fever.
Contagious?
Extremely, I fear. Though not yet at this stage. The spots are but in his mouth for now. Tomorrow he'll be blotched all over. It's then the disease turns infectious.
I see. What about a cure? Is one known?
The medic looked at Meve, shook his head and shrugged. Alas, there was precisely naught he could do. But where medicine fails, magic may at times stand in. Without giving it two thoughts, Meve called for Isbel.
It's typhus, I've no doubt.
The healer confirmed.
I know a spell that could be helpful. Vital's cleansing, we call it. It takes time to prepare and many ingredients. Rather costly, or...
Yeah.
Coin's no object.
Said Meve.
Get to work at once.
Isbel returned from the local herbalist with herbs valuable and rare. Fern blossoms, mandrake root, comfrey seeds, and more. She then pulled from her bundle a variety of vessels, funnels, retorts, alembics, carafes. Colored concoctions she then brewed, steam and strange odors rising from them. Hours later, after much effort, she had a few drops of a thick substance in a flask. Isbel whispered an incantation, then gave the remedy to the dying man. His tremors and fever subsided at once, the other symptoms fading within hours. At last, Meve could breathe a deep sigh of relief.
Neat.
Tis a land of monsters. Belongs to them, it does. Human folk are naught but guests here. Beware, my lady. Watch out for leeches especially. They'll slip in your knickers, give them half a chance. No matter what they think, Nilfgaardians won't last long here. Come a time they'll leave gladly, just like all the others. You've a good heart, my lady. If you'll not have victuals, please, take this. Elf engraving or some such. Means nought to us, but might could help ye.
Doesn't look like the place where we were earlier. So probably not that. Yeah. I really love the little ripples in the water with your footsteps. It's a small aesthetic touch, but it's nice. Move Meave to the opponent's ranged row.
Ballista, your command.
The morrow shall bring a better day.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Armor won't sir.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Ah, I see the issue. I don't have... Oh, no, I do.
One bolt.
That was not particularly complicated at all. I don't know if I could even call that a puzzle, honestly.
For no visible reason, the Lyrian column came to a halt. Neve stood in her stirrups in a bid to see the cause. Something had blocked the way, it seemed. Something large. A tree felled by a storm, or an abandoned wagon, the Queen thought. Neither was true. A boulder huge as a barn lay in their path. Footmen had slung ropes around it, planted their feet, and now sought to pull it aside. Did not budge an inch.
Perhaps I could assist you.
Meve turned in her saddle on hearing the voice. Several travelers in faded robes warily crept from the trees. A young woman with long, light-colored hair led the way.
You don't much resemble a rock troll,
said the queen, eyeing the slender stranger skeptically.
but go on, do try.
The fair-haired lass crouched beside the stone, closed her eyes, and began to whisper. Horses wheeled and tugged at their reins. A hound howled in the distance. And then, the boulder rolled to the side like an apple across the deck of a boat rocked by seas.
Who are you? Do tell.
A druid,
Came her calm response.
this stone. It stood in our circle.
The woman silently turned toward the wood. Meve followed her gaze, and among the trees saw other large stones, cracked and scorched.
What happened here?
We refused the Nilfgaardians' aid,
Answered the druid.
so they raised it. Perhaps it's a blessing.
A blessing? How so?
A darkness fell upon Angren a time past, and it grows. The forest turns savage, its creatures drunk on blood. Folk have come to worship other cruel gods. It's time we abandoned this land forsaken and went south, to Kedmerkvid.
Our path leads south too, though not as far.
Said
Join us. Given the times, there's safety in numbers.
the druids agreed, and were grateful. They walked at the rear of the column, muttering prayers, their faces concealed beneath hoods.
Yeah, they definitely aren't the people who put the rock in the way in the first place, huh? Like path to the left, then path to the right and up.
Angren lies thousands of leagues from the sea. Yet the Imperial fleet looked chiefly to this land for wood, its ashes and oaks ideal for shipbuilding. The lumber was driven down the Yaruga to shipyards in Sintra and Atra. There, day and night, Nilfgaard's fleet grew and grew. So when Meve heard axes steadily hacking, the continual grind of saws, she halted her force and quickly dispatched scouts. Indeed, they found a lumber camp, banners overhead, the great sun blazing upon them. Though not critical to her mission, Meve was nonetheless tempted to disrupt the invader however she could.
The Emperor awaits a mass flow of logs.
Called the Queen, drawing her sword.
But we shall send him corpses! Formation! Follow me!
When the Lyrians rushed forth with a cry on their lips, the lumberjacks dropped their axes. Their black-clad guards, though likewise surprised, formed up and stood ready for battle.
I'll be right back. Just gonna get some juice. pretty good. I think I take knickers out of the deck because I don't really need the pardon me, the resilience that badly.
I smell a leak.
Wise choice.
Again and again and again.
Order! One bullet's all I need. For you, pal! Anything! In retreat!
Angren's gold is not yours to plunder. Begone!
You mad? Don't say that!
Every turn can start summon this unit from your graveyard. Interesting.
I think you'll really like this one.
I can see how those guys, you know, being summoned would be problematic if the Braveheart was still around.
Company! Forward march!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Back in line!
That's an interesting mechanic. This wave infantries keep coming back and then he can boost the AR guys by damaging them. Yeah, if I hadn't been relentlessly murdering everything he plays, I could see how that could be problematic.
When will you ever learn?
Give me a time. My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Move!
Fight for the Emperor and you might be freed!
Sod it. Sod it all.
Used to be, I hunted game. Men bring more coin.
Feel any burning? See a local healer or wise woman.
Nilfgaard's ranks folded. Soldiers fled in fright, stumbling over felled trees and corpses. The air was heavy with the scent of resin and blood. As she caught her breath, the queen looked about. Hundreds of trees lay cut down in rows. Oak and ash, enough to keep the shipyards working till winter. Meve ordered the lumber requisitioned, yet one of the loggers approached her. A man with a face like old leather, sawdust in his hair.
Good lady, I know you war hard against Nilfgaard. I know you'd keep timber out of their hands, but then see, we won't get paid. We'll see no coin till Sintra's shipyards see lumber. It's what the Blacklads said. I beg you, have mercy. We're simple folk. Been slaving since spring, got families to feed. And hunger looms ever close in wartime.
Pay for the wood and take it.
Eve looked at the logger's hands. Thick scars, crisscrossed fingers twisted by years of axe work.
This wood I cannot allow to reach Nilfgaardian shipyards,
she said.
Yet neither can I let you go hungry. I shall take the wood and pay you from my own purse.
Big heart, my lady. Not many folk like you, especially not in Angren. The land bedeviled in many ways. You've a big heart, my lady. The blisters on my hands from all this work. Weren't enough the corns on me feet, ye gods. Never ends, I tell you. We'll never finish this blasted work. Work, work, work. And do I see anything from it? Even a measly, bloody crumb? Work, work.
I was hoping to get in her like diesel arbalist out of it, but okay. I wish you didn't get the trinkets in your hand at the start of every single match. Because it just means I'm mulliganing them away every match because I hope to get them from Gabor.
This could hurt.
That's pretty effective.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Watch your heads!
Left, right, left, right.
Give me a target.
Of course he's got vampires. Why wouldn't he have vampires? Yeah, give him armor. That's a really useful trinket game. What with him being able to drain my units and all.
Looking to dance, mate?
Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save.
Must pass, surely. You're down 70 points. I have no more Witchers in hand to go fetch Witchers. Okay, I was going to say the game didn't seem to know what to do there. Really? They got nothing but cycling. Oh, that's a pretty bad hand.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Then I don't know where you're actually playing the cards from my deck. Oh well.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Oh, sorry, turnips back for an encore.
Here now, they said after one turn. On turn start if there's a unit in the opposite row. I assumed that meant it had triggered the turn after they played it, not just whenever there's an enemy on the opposite roll. That's very different from the rules that the card actually said, game.
Aye. Oh, could murder a pint.
This match could be one match I lose because of these stupid fighters being overpowered. You don't even damage unless you just move them and destroy them.
We must trust each other.
I'd hoped we could solve this some other way.
Jesus, nothing but fiends as well for the last cards? Yeah, I'd lose this one. It wouldn't have been so bad if not for the fact that the flatters work differently from how the card reads. And I didn't get any, not a single one Regiment Drummer to be able to play any Mara cards from the deck. Like my entire gimmick revolved around.
Catch!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
I smell a leak.
I'm a voice.
I think this heals and resets you. Or turns it into bear. Thanks game for not explaining what that one was.
listen to me, old lady.
Ah!
Yeah, those things are just insane.
Left, right, left, right.
Just gonna keep on playing those, huh?
Again and again and again.
Make love, not war.
You mad? Don't shake that!
Of course, should have known that would happen.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Cursed traitors.
As ordered.
One boat's all I need.
This could hurt.
This harvest will be reaping black-clad hands. My spirit's willing and how, but...
Feel any burning? See a local healer or wise woman?
What you looking at?
Give me a target.
It's going a bit better since I can actually play stuff in my deck this time with the blitzers. Yeah, they are stealing more of them than I'd like.
Ballista, your command.
Yeah, those feathers are just ridiculous. They wouldn't be so bad if not for the fact they have like 12 power. And they can generate more of them. Like cow catchers you can't do anything about. That's pretty rough. Well, given how many monsters I had to fight out here, I'm honestly surprised that any people live out here, because there's just 6 billion monsters.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Again and again and again.
Of course, now you can seal that unit with his first card. Oh, it's got more damage. That's fine. So.
I smell a leak.
Are you mad? Don't say that! Got a death wish?
Oh, it took him 3 cards to be able to win a single round. Not the best redrawing in the game.
Have them done in a jiffy.
Army's a waste of time for one like me. Left, right, left, right.
This could hurt.
And there's nothing I can do about stopping that. Well, no, Isabel doesn't have zeal, so yeah, that sucks.
Aye.
Not supposed to be any smoke.
Give me a target.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Cursed traitors.
Fear not. We shall achieve our goal.
Our ballistic, your command. Should have listened to me, old lady. This harvest will be reaping.
Maybe there's something to do with that then. Of course, he's just got more of them. I tried. I didn't want to draw that card. I kind of forgot he was out there. Oh well.
So much anger and suffering. For what?
I can trigger that unit if I only have the trinket in my deck. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought then.
My favourite cut of lamb, the shank. One bolt.
Okay, we kind of cleared out that western side. Then we need to go down and up and right. So there's quite a few different paths we can go over.
Your Majesty, are you well?
Yes. Yes, but the stench.
Not particularly pleasant, is it?
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to... Quiet! Or the Commissar will hear.
And they've got resilience. Kind of trying 2-0, I suppose.
Scheiß in Trey!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Off to the front yet again.
Cat! I smell a leak.
Left, right, left, right. Again and again and again.
You mad? Don't say that!
When will you ever learn?
Very glad.
Oh, Empire Brigade Plus. Whenever an enemy appears in range, roach strength itself by 3. Appear in melee road, boost all units in hand by 1. Oh, that's actually pretty dangerous.
One bolt.
This could hurt. My favourite cut of lamb. The shank.
Give me a time.
Oh yeah, I forgot I could do that. Oops.
Feel any burning? See a local healer or wise woman?
Kazer!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Oh, he doesn't get an order back? I thought he got an order back if he decalled him. Whoops. Oh well. Fine.
Looking to dance, mate?
Her Majesty is exceptional.
Aye.
Left, right, left, right.
My boots got sand aplenty in them.
You sure about that? Scheiß in zwei!
Off to the front yet again.
Yeah, those Durlan veterans having resilience is pretty threatening. Maybe some big carryover between rounds. Right. Wonder if this big stone thing is the destination of those druids.
Entering the swamp's easy. Trouble's getting out. Entering the swamp's easy.
I don't need $500 that well. Kind of weird you can get access to that and there's nothing there. There's a big treasure map there at some point.
In the distance, Meave spotted a spindle-like shape, which soon proved an enormous, dark obelisk. It stood in the middle of a wetland clearing. Dozens of iron rings dangled from its shaft, clinking and rattling in gusts of wind. Cows, donkeys, and dogs were gathered round the stone, all tied to the rings by ropes. Their hides showed many shallow cuts, seeping blood, festering, drawing mosquitoes in swarms. A number of the animals struggled against their cords, while others, near dead, lay still in the wet, tall grass. Across the clearing, folk emerged from the woods, a handful of peasants with a mule in tow. The beast resisted, stomped and planted its hooves, perhaps sensing its gruesome fate. The queen decided to question the peasants, and soon learned the animals were their sacrifice to the swamp gods.
They're all about, dearie. Very close. Oh, very, very close.
The toothless old woman whispered.
They hide neath murky waters. Can't feed when they hear the drip, drip of blood. The gods look kindly on those what make an offering.
I'm not making a sacrifice to the marsh god, that's for damn sure.
I know nothing of your gods,
Began the queen, her nose crinkled in disgust.
but any that demand such grisly tribute are not at all worthy of reverence. What you do to these creatures is savagery. Savagery I can't allow.
Run us off, you can.
Replied the old shrew.
But soon as you're gone, we'll come back. As ever, we'll come back.
This I know. So I must take care to leave you naught to come back to.
Over the peasants' howls and pleas, Meave ordered the obelisk brought down. Her soldiers gripped the ropes that hung from it and toppled the shaft. As it hit the ground, it shattered into many small pieces.
You say you know naught of our gods?
The old woman's eyes narrowed, her voice grew darker still.
Well, don't you worry your head, sweetie. You'll meet him soon enough. They'll tangle you apart. Sow a pox among you, drive it to madness. Every last one. I curse you, all of you, in Gerdakora's name.
Undisturbed by the Harridan's screamed threats, Meave rode on. But her men whispered long of the curse. It weighed on their minds, poisoned their hearts. Each misstep, misfortune, they saw as punishment for their sacrilege.
Yeah, that ain't... Blood sacrifice is not really necessary. Garnicora wants a piece of me, she's welcome to come and get some. A hymn, eh? Anyone got any babies handy? Throw them into an oven. Every turn play a copy of the last card I played. Always target the leftmost units. And I can't let allies die. Damaging my 10 isn't going to be enough damage. Okay, it just undid itself, so that was pointless. I'm not going to be able to do enough damage to it, so I've clearly done something wrong. Now he's going to target my leftmost unit 8 times, I assume. Tap him down to 18. This will just undo it, won't it? Yeah, that's not going to work either. So I can't start with the Runestorm because it'll kill the Scytheman. What's a Divine Runestone do? Kind of annoying me that these three runestones are down there, and then there's rare runestones up there. Spawn 3 copies of a Death Wish unit on the battlefield, then destroy them. Do any of the cards in my deck even have Death Wish? The light infantry. So it'd spawn 3 light infantry, then destroy them. I suppose it would spawn copies of units on the opponent's side, but I haven't really seen that many good Death Wish things I'd want to copy, so not super useful. We're going to take Knickers out though, because Knickers reading my hand for jumping treats is just more annoying than anything else. These guys doing 5 damage is okay, but they're not blitzes, so I'd take them out. And those 2 random trinkets are not proving to be super effective either. Putting a random bronze unit from each deck is probably fine. Plenty of currency now, don't I? The workshops will need a good bit more currency to upgrade fully, but we'll get there. Not just the extra card I can put in, is it? I mean, that sounds like it could be kind of fun just for being able to shoot things, but probably not super useful. And I really don't know what you're supposed to do with our who's adepts, because it just, I don't, like, I don't really run out of cards in my deck over the course of 3 rounds, even with a huge amount deck thing. So, putting more of them in your deck, nah. Bridge just outside of camp. Could be one of those ones. Step a bridge over water, there's a fallen log and a tree. Could be up there.
In Angren, all decomposes, be it dead or very much alive. Rot blights trees, seeping sores torment beasts, and the whole swamp emits the acrid, stifling stench of decay. So when, in the swamp's distant corner, the Lyrians caught whiffs of smoke and roasted meat, They stopped dead in their tracks. The scouts followed their noses to a clearing framed by a palisade. Through the gaps in the posts, they spotted a small fort.
Any banners upon it? Whose do you see?
Asked the queen.
There aren't none, your grace. Not one golden sun, not one silver lily.
Meve gave the gate a few solid knocks with her shield. Moments later, a dozen armed men appeared atop the rampart. The one who led them wore a beard.
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Meve, Queen of Lyria and Rivia. At war with Nilfgaard, I ventured into these swamps.
Is there a war on? Hey, that's news. Certainly, but little concern to me. The name's Gimpy Gerwin, and I rule these lands.
Is that so? As conferred upon you by whom?
By me! Angren's a good bit larger than folk think. And no dukes or emperor's fingers stand to reach its every corner. Thus I just up and took this particular nook. Made it mine. So let's parley, Meve. One ruler to another. At the risk of being blunt, I don't care who wins this war. But I want to be in good standing with whoever does. So, I offer you a fire at which to warm your limbs. Also, a place at my table and beds for you to rest. On condition, you pledge to me one very small thing. To respect the sacred laws of hospitality.
So
Sure.
be it. I do solemnly swear before the gods and my ancestors that we shall honor all the lords of hospitality.
Then you're most welcome inside.
The fort was simple, built of logs, covered with thatch. Oh, but inside it was warm, dry. Hot, steaming dishes were piled upon platters, the tables beneath them bent from their weight. Smiles appeared on her soldiers' drained faces, and Meve's spirits were lifted at last. Gerwin proved a cordial host, and eagerly shared both food and tales. He'd led a mercenary band, and they'd stumbled into Angren, discovered a land unclaimed by any feudal law. He'd erected the fort, then united the surrounding villages under his very own rule.
The folk here are savage, defiant,
He said, sipping wine.
I keep them on a tight lead for their own good. Elsewise they'd slit your throat first chance they got.
Late that night, Meve went to see if her mare had been dressed. In the stable, she happened on a farmhand. Recognizing the queen, the man fell to his knees and averted his eyes. Meve noticed a strange object dangling from a rope around his neck. A human hand half rotted to the bone.
What? What is that?
My wife's hand, your grace,
Stammered the peasant.
Lord Gerwin caught her sneaking some grub. Scraps, really. Took her and told me to wear it, so I'd remember what happens when...
Meve left the stable without uttering another word. She went straight to the servants' barracks. In the pale glow of her torch, she looked over the peasants, all terrified, all with fresh, bleeding wounds. The queen felt rage rise inside her. The queen blew her horn. Lyrian soldiers filled the yard. They hastily donned their armor, strapped on their swords. Unsure of Meve's intentions, Gerwin's men likewise stood at the ready, weapons in hand.
Gerwin!
Roared Meve.
Get out here at once!
The stout mercenary stood at his window, glaring from beneath his furrowed brow.
I don't know what you think you're doing,
He called.
but I kindly remind you of your oath and the laws.
I've seen your laws. You're strict and they're cruel. So your rule will end now. Attack!
Walk unit or destroy a walk unit. Oh, that's kind of rough.
I didn't think a queen would so easily break her word.
Awaiting your orders.
Okay, so he has to get charges from the mercenaries.
Arbalist at your command. Cursed traitors. Armor war, sir.
To arms!
You did the right thing. We should never turn a blind eye to others' suffering.
Darn tootin'.
Again and again and again.
Sod it. Sod it all.
Watch your heads! Catch!
Why does he keep walking those guys that don't have abilities?
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Awaiting your orders.
I figured walking. Well, we got what we have left in our hands, so.
One bolt. Don't like this. This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads. Cursed traitors.
I'd hoped we could solve this some other way.
Left, right, left, right.
If our party 4 isn't terrible, this one.
Don't like this.
I smell a leak.
Give me a time.
Remove this pile of manure from my sight.
Lame as he was, Gerwin had been a mercenary. He fought hard, he fought well, yet still proved no match for Meve. She knocked his axe from his hand, he fell to his knees, then she cleaved his head clear off. It rolled like a gourd and came to rest at the peasant's feet.
You've your freedom back.
Growled Meve as she wiped her sword.
Yet do not take it for granted. Nilfgaard is in Angren. The Blackclads will come here too. As long as the golden sun flies over the marsh, you must hide in the woods.
Meve's force left the fort before dawn. She rode at the fore, lips pursed, jaw clenched. A stain on her honor. She'd broken her word. Apart from all else, it stung on the inside.
We're free. It is the truth. The gods bless you, your majesty. That going girl, a monster, my lady. A monster. Worse nor a pack of ghouls. Pack? No. Worse nor a swarm. 1 month it kept me in darkness. And I only busted a tankard. I'll not stay here. It is an evil place. I'd rather go with ye. Even if I'm to fight Blacklads along the way.
Okay, so we've been up the obelisk, been through that little village, just down to that puddle pit next. We've got our own copy of Dimitri Shackles then. It just locks units and takes them from your enemy's deck, doesn't it? See, if it didn't lock them from the enemy's deck, it'd be kind of useful, because, you know, like they've got good bronze cards. But since it'll have actually methods of unlocking cards, then there's not much point. Destroy all enemies, use your ability. Right. Bring her back. Right. I mean, it's just going to be shooting everyone, isn't it? Is this just a tutorial to show me how powerful these guys are?
Don't you worry yourself, your grace. We'll get it done in no time.
Like, that was hardly even a puzzle. Marching orders, imagine a trinket just does the same thing that it just did. Just your cooldown is 0.
Meve stood waiting while her scouts cut through the tangled branches and roots that had overgrown the trail through the swamp. Suddenly, a soldier doubled over and began to retch blood. The same symptoms soon afflicted others in her ranks.
A potent poison,
was the medic's verdict. It seemed all those who'd fallen ill had shared a tent. One night, they'd chatted about an obelisk they'd destroyed and the group of incensed peasants who'd cursed them for it. Fearing for their lives, the footman had gone to a local herbalist. She'd brewed them a potion to ward off black
good
magic.
plan.
Alas, the concoction had proved poisonous, while the herbalist had vanished without a trace. Happily, Isbul concocted an antidote in time to deliver the soldiers from a certain and agonizing death. The mage explained their misfortune had not issued from a dark, corrupt force, but from simple human wickedness. Her calming voice and gentle smile lifted the soldiers' spirits. Trusting in her care, they soon wholly forgot the so-called curse.
Jeez, Angren's huge. Right, guess we'll just kind of go counterclockwise around. Go play for about an hour before I have to head off to work.
Meve rode at the front, her eyes fixed on the ground, and thus spotted the pit masked by leaves and branches. She tugged hard on her reins and steered her mount to the side. Alas, the cavalryman behind her did not follow her lead. Leaves rustled, boughs snapped, and the horseman crashed to the pit's bottom, snapping his neck. Moments later, it was clear who'd set the trap when the forest came alive and a cry rang out.
Oh good, how about cavalry? After 3 turns, trigger an ambush.
It's a trap! Rally to me!
Would it be better off just to shoot those 2 guys and get rid of them? Probably.
have her done in a jiffy.
life is mine now.
Left, right, left, right.
To thee, Nidloir!
Watch your heads! Catch!
One bow.
Is that what?
What?
Wise choice.
I didn't know the ambush would literally wipe my board. Skeletons? Useful.
Again and again and again.
Order! Give me a time.
Her Majesty is exceptional.
So much anger and suffering. For what?
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Alba!
Yeah, just go ahead and nuke the board.
Ist sie laut Zweifel?
Our ballista, your command.
Very gloire!
I think you'll really like this one.
A highly curious case.
Aye. cat's out!
Retreat! Fall back!
Caught between Lyrian hammer and Skelligan stone, Nilfgaard was shattered, destroyed. The victors now stood eyeing each other. These islanders were not like those Meve had met before. They wore no armor and carried no shields. At their fore stood a man as stout as an ox and bald as an ancient ghoul. His men called him Arnulf, the Patricide.
I thank you for your aid, Arnulf,
said Meve, extending a hand.
Aid, she says. Aid? Do you hear that, mates?
The Skelligers exchanged glances, then erupted in roaring laughter.
Not here to help yous, not at all. We're after killing.
Join me and you shall have your fill.
Join nuisance? Just who the hell are you?
Meve, Queen of Rivia and Lyria.
Meve?
Arnulf said, his tone sobering.
I know the name. Lippy Goodman called ye bold, praised your courage to the high heaven. So be it. We'll follow you into fire, wench. Just let us taste of blood. Grant us a death worthy of heroes.
Meve couldn't help but smile, then nodded to accept. The Lyrians stepped aside as tattooed warriors joined their ranks.
That could be pretty useful with the loyalty ability that let you buff by 4 and give armor as well. Being able to just duel things is pretty powerful. Oh, pale skull units from the graveyard. Yep, that's pretty strong with the Argyles. Yeah, let's put orange drop in. Damage an enemy by the total number of enemy units each turn is pretty handy in fairness. Okay, looks like we have to pass through there to continue, so let's look back around the left.
The scouts rode at the fore, with Meve right behind them. Their task, to find safe passage for the rest of the force. One among them probed for the quagmire's depth, a pole of 5 ells in hand. Suddenly, all heard a loud clang. The scouts dismounted, then heaved a bronze statue from the mire. Once it was cleaned of slime and muck, Meve instantly recognized its elven handiwork. The sculpture was exceedingly well preserved, save one detail. Someone had removed its face, leaving a black hole in its stead.
Search the environs,
Ordered Meve. Amongst some brambles, they discovered the entrance to a vast tomb. Its doors had been torn open. On the ground before them lay scattered bones, some yellowed with age, others fresh, cracked and tattered from having been gnawed. Eve stood silent and contemplating at the tomb's threshold. Then, torch in hand, she entered and waded into fetid waters. Her soldiers followed close, arms at the ready, a nervous sweat on their brows. Frescoes on the tomb walls depicted Angren swamps and the beasts that prowled them. 2 words were inscribed over the largest of the horrors: Gwern Iker.
The bloody mistress.
Barnabas Beckenbauer whispered. Suddenly, a roar thundered from deeper inside the tomb. Meve turned from the frescoes to see monstrous eyes blazing in the dark.
$250. Well, possibly. Okay, so he's got no cards, just... Ah, sorry, what? Banish or animate any spawn a phantasm. When the phantasms die, return a unit that was banished and damage the colossal field by 3 times that unit's power. Okay, so we're going to want to keep some Lyrian Scythemen because they'll deal a lot of damage if they get banished. But we're going to want to play as many cards as we can.
Left, right, left, right. Again and again and again. Army's a waste of time for one like me.
It's so dark and wet. Why is it everywhere we go is dark and wet?
Catch!
Ha!
I'm a won't say.
All right, that's no problem.
This spell's not going to be super useful here, is she?
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
What would I shoot my own guy for, game? Come on.
My spirit's willing and how, but down roots are killing me. One bolt's all I need.
I didn't have any units to eat, did I? No, I did not. You know what? Shooting for 1 a turn is probably going to be pretty useful here. If I can even get him out.
Death is only the beginning!
Give me a time.
I'd hoped we could solve this some other way.
For you, pal, anything.
I think you'll really like this one.
You know what? I did 220 damage to him. That's not terrible.
My pain serves a purpose.
I think that's the last of them. But keep your weapons at the ready.
In her torch's feeble glow, the Queen examined the beast's corpse. She could not help but to shudder in disgust.
Perhaps it's better
She thought.
that we faced it in the dark.
At the corridor's end, they found a closed door. Before any could draw near, it opened with a crash. Beyond lay a circular room. Light shone through a hole in the chamber's ceiling, illuminating a stone pedestal and the sword that lay upon it.
The air in here, it crackles with magic,
Whispered Isbel. Meve gripped the blade's hilt. A soothing warmth filled her arms and spread across her shoulders. Her tired muscles ceased trembling. Her fingers, stiff as sticks, relaxed. She brandished her prize, the air hissing as the blade sliced through it. She then nodded approvingly. The reward had been worth the risk.
Angren blade.
Barnabas Beckenbauer, a gleam in his eye, asked to look at the unsheathed sword. The gnome studied the quillions intently, having spotted an inscription there.
Can you say what's written there?
Asked Meve.
Yes, perhaps. They're clear, the words. Their meaning, not necessarily so. Wieldeth me, and loseth not hope amongst the blood-red waters.
It sounds like a riddle, but I've no wish to solve. We should move on, and quickly so.
Shift one ally into the deck and play 2 cards. Then trigger all loyalty abilities. Doesn't sound terrible, like. It's a long cooldown though. Warhammer still seems like the best one for my deck. If we took out the regiment drummers and the scythemen, we could probably make a deck that involved around shooting things without having to play so much stuff from the deck. Try doing a Sehel thing. We'll keep the cooldown though, because cooldown on Sehel seems more useful than anything else, like damaging an enemy by 1 or 2. Decoy's too good to live up. Let's try going with a more aggressive deck. We don't need Reynard because we don't actually have anything that has orders, do we? Just Isabel. Lance next beam would just shoot everything. Seems like it would be pretty handy, but I don't often see things with the same amount of power to shoot. It's not as good as fire, is it? Alright, so we'll try a Sehel build for a little while, just for some variety. I mean, the ability to search my deck for cards and put them at the top and then put them into play, it's proven to be pretty darn strong, but let's try shooting things for a change. And a golden chest too. Neat. Speaking of actually, didn't we haven't found that elven engraving chest, have we? Doesn't look like any of those. Destroy all enemies. Right. So I have to help equip this. What? They have a death wish to spawn a recruit in the same position. And the inexperienced general turns a recruit into a general. So you have to turn the recruits into generals so you can actually kill them, as far as I can tell. So I guess we want to play the Arbalists, mark the Arbalists with mantlets, then destroy 2 Arbalists to play them again.
One bolt.
Give me a time.
We don't have the loyalty abilities this time. Right, right. Why did I put them on separate rows? I'm a dumbass. Let's try this again.
I'm a boss.
One bolt I need.
Give me a time.
Sail's currently doing 3 damage. Okay.
Arbalist to your command. I'm a boss.
Be ashamed to let this beauty go to waste.
One bolt all I need.
Yeah, once you stop being a dumbass, that was pretty easy. Is that map sort of literally just outside it? Of course, already planning to poison Caldwell and get rid of him.
Beware! The bloody mistress despises those who kill her servants.
Ugh, but only winter here. Swamp would freeze over. Kill the skeeters dead.
Milady, you've a tick behind your ear. Looks he's about to burst. Milady, you've a tick.
Yeah, I'd like to have some more wood.
Your Grace, the charts say we near Tusley.
Angren renders charts helpless to show the way, I fear. Soon we shall halt to sight our exact position. We will know then if our path is true.
As you wish, Your Grace.
I don't know, I mean, the map seems pretty accurate to me.
Sensing a limp in her mount's gait, Meve ordered the column to halt. There was a thorn in her mare's hoof, burrowing deeper with every step. The horse whinnied and pulled her leg away, but Meve knew how to calm her. She stroked the mare's cheek, whispered slow words in her ear. She then extracted the thorn without difficulty.
I'm sorry to interrupt,
Said the druid from behind Meve's back.
yet this is where our paths diverge. We've a modest gift to thank you for the road shared, and for your aid at the obelisk to the marsh gods.
Meve wished to respond, but the druids had turned toward the woods, their satchels slung over their shoulders. The Meve waited till they were out of sight to open the bundle. Their gift was by no means modest.
The trees no longer wish us here. They call for someone else. This land is sick, defiled by a parasite that grows hungrier each day. Corruption flows from Isgith. It's there an evil lurks. The trees no longer...
That's a shame I didn't have it with me anymore. I need $500 that, by the way. Although there's a morale thing here. Let's get that $500 after all. Seven men. Raise your hands.
Eve and the horseman beside her exchanged a perplexed glance. They'd heard the song clearly, both its tune and its verse. Whoever had hollered it had to be close, and given their diction, rather well oiled. Moments later, a hamlet appeared to the Lyrians'
I really like the writing in this game. It's really good.
A bonfire blazed at its center. Around it danced peasants, barefoot, giggling, hooting, joyful and carefree. One by one, they noticed the queen. Soon, all were silent, huddled together, children peering from behind their backs.
Fear not,
Said Meve.
we mean you no harm. What do you celebrate? A lad's grooming? Nuptials?
Nay, milady. Hell yes. The gods have been kind. Filled us nets and snares with game. Come time we thank them.
Yes. You've things to be thankful for.
We do, milady. And we's poor folk. So a queen. Well, you must as well. Your Majesty, stay tonight, feast with us. There'll be music and plenty of rum by the fire.
Gladly, the night is young.
Why not?
Began Meve, daintily dismounting.
We all deserve some respite, I suppose.
The Lyrians needed no convincing. With astonishing haste, they removed mail and helmets, then eagerly joined in the fating and dance. Amidst the trilling of flutes, fifes, and fiddles, all those gathered reveled until dawn. They could rest at last, forget about Nilfgaard and the many beasts that prowled among the reeds. They'd long remember that night. The carefree laughter, peasant maids whirling in dance, the ale cold as a mountain spring, and the bread they crisped over the fire.
So where's the ambush? We don't get nice things.
One exchange in particular etched itself into the Queen's mind. An exchange she overheard.
Not a little.
Not even a teeny tiny bit?
I'll say it again. It's not your concern.
Of course it's not. Wouldn't be so damn curious if it were. So be it. Keep your silence. But those eyes like the summer sky, that hair like waves of grain. I see the way you gape.
What do you two speak of?
Your Majesty.
Couldn't have answered that better myself.
Who does Reynard gape at?
The new ballista, what else? Ah, what a piece of work. Pure art, I say. Can't tear your eyes away for an instant.
Haven't you two held enough from me already? Don't play me for a fool. What's this about?
Meave, honestly, you do better to...
It's a private matter, Your Grace. One of the heart, you might say. If you'd allow it, I'd rather not share the details of our conversation.
All right. I'll leave you to discuss whatever men discuss. Consider me gone.
Meave turned and walked back to the fire, sat down on an old stump.
Ha! That was close. Shh!
And the faintest of smiles crossed her lips. Meave expected the villagers to request recompense for their welcome. Yet the peasants made not the slightest mention of coin, and the Queen was much moved by their kindness. Once again, those with the least had proved the most willing to share. The Lyrians did not assemble come the morn. The force marched off in the afternoon, unshaven, unbathed, disheveled. Not normally one to overlook contempt for discipline, that day Meave understood even soldiers needed to let their guard down, at times.
Well, I'm glad, but surprised this didn't come back to bite me.
Admire, admire, ample harvest yield, for our mistress all needs be mealed. Round my garden appeared an eager leech, and I offered a drink, Admire, admire.
Ugly bard, play us more your prose. Sing again, we'll dance a bit, and then we'll fix your nose. Ugly bard,
Says he could be singing about Dandelion. So after Tuzla, looks like we're about halfway through Angren, roughly. Won't be able to turn back, huh? Surprising. See, I figured the scouting would just scout the map ahead. Apparently I missed chests at the very start. I could have sworn I went backward when I started. Red Lobin and it teleported me down past this camp. Right. Apparently I'm still missing a golden chest, but I can see more than one chest past the next story area. I'm going to have to trigger that just to see. It'll put a morale low, but that'll be fine. We'll be back to neutral again. $500 gold, but no chest. There was a treasure map I didn't find. That's what it was, isn't it? The Elven Ruins one. Yeah, Elven engraving. Elven arches and a tree. It makes sense the Elven engraving would have had the complete archers because it wouldn't have been destroyed back then. Ah, no wonder I missed that. That was pretty small. Right, looks like we've cleared this half of the map pretty well. I'm not really sure what our objective is going to be once we get through this castle though, because I don't see a way across to this right hand side without progressing. Seven, that'll do.
In Angren swamps, one can easily lose one's way. Thick fog fills the air, paths end without warning, dense thickets obscure the distance. The sole way to determine one's position is to climb a tree and peer out over the canopy. This duty fell to Meave's scouts, while the force halted below. During one such delay, Meave caught the words she'd longed to hear.
Majesty! Tusla Castle! Its tower! I see it!
To the soldier's astonishment, Meave cast off her gauntlets and started up the nearest trunk. She longed to see the castle for herself, for then she would know sweet vengeance was at hand. The climb proved tricky, as the trunk was slippery and the branches, run through with rot, were frail. Yet Meave showed herself to be skillful and spry. As a child, she had loved to scale trees, much to the governor's dismay. Meve looked out to see a mighty stone tower outlined against the horizon. Legend holds Tuzla Castle was to have had 3 such bastions. Yet King Ragbard, the fort's benefactor, had forsaken the effort when yet another stone transport simply sank into Angren's boggy roads. It was a moment of respite for Meve, a moment of quiet joy. She breathed and tasted air free of the bog stench. She took in silence undisturbed by the hum of mosquito swarms. And she relished her prospects. The coming battle against Caldwell. The soldiers stood exhausted and filthy, many with raspy coughs, all sick of the meager gruel. But with the command to advance, a new strength sparked within them. Their step was lively, a fire burned in their eyes, each hoping to spill Caldwell's entrails, then dash them upon the fort walls. Yet as they drew near the stronghold, perched atop a stone isle, their verve dwindled, enthusiasm waned. They had taken fortresses with thicker walls, taller towers, and manned by more men. Yet they'd never seen nor laid siege to a fort standing on land so ill-suited. To rush the bulwarks through waist-deep mud. Was this even possible?
Prove I was no fool to keep you at my side,
said Meve, turning to Gascon and Reynard.
A slaughter I must avoid. How will I do it?
Your Grace,
began Reynard.
Set our machines to sling boulders at the west wall, its weakest. 'Tis our best chance at a breach.
Our men will need cover,
added Gascon.
Reeds we must harvest and burn. Smoke will cloak us, conceal us from the castle's defenders.
Good,
agreed the Queen.
Now get to work.
Amidst billowing blue smoke, Lyrian footmen rushed through the breach wrought by Reynard's catapults. Though she had yet to forgive her companions, Meve had to admit they'd given her sound advice.
Seize a random bronze enemy. Oh, God. I didn't have Gascon in my deck, but okay. Makes units on immune. That'll be pretty useful. Transform catapult parts into a catapult. That'll also be useful.
Caldwell, I've come for your head.
I knew you'd come. Your lofty pride presages another dramatic fall.
Your life is mine now.
Quick and painful this'll be. Their archers shouldn't be any more trouble.
We must trust each other. We must exploit the breach in their fortifications, Your Grace.
It's a cooldown of 3, but I appear to be able to trigger each turn. Weird.
Wise choice.
No, every second turn. That's right. What good is destroying a palisade? If I destroy the castle gate, it'd be more useful.
Catch!
Order!
Yeah, what ways you destroy one palisade? What use is that? He can still seize my units past the thick fog.
One boat's all I need.
What you looking at?
Do you think we're actually using his abilities?
What's a helmet if not a pot turned over?
Wait, why did that not work? Because all my units have they're immune to my abilities as well. That's dumb, but okay.
For the last! Yeah! March on, march on.
Yeah, that was dumb. The decoy is not going to be used to me because I can't actually use it when I have fog. And that catapult part stuff is just... I tried to actually do something. Apparently that was too much to ask for.
Caldwell, I've come for your head.
I knew you'd come. Your lofty pride presages another dramatic fall.
Give me a target.
Order!
And just when you thought things were about to get dull.
Their archers shouldn't be any more trouble.
Our ballista, your command.
Life is mine now.
Catch!
Discipline shall bring us. We must exploit the breach in their fortifications, Your Grace.
Yeah, it's just really not very useful, all that.
Wise choice.
That would have been more useful if I'd seen that the first time.
Sorry, turnips back for an encore.
Favourite cut of lamb. The shank.
Dram of glue, a bit of soldering, a rivet or two, and it's good as new.
I smell a leak.
For the Queen! God save the Queen! To the last! Yeah!
No one touch him! The Count is mine!
Yeah, the shooting people deck isn't quite as good as the draw everyone deck, but still works.
Many of Meave's victories have been immortalized in poetry and song, but not the fall of Tuzla. Lyrians fought Lyrians. Brothers killed brothers in rain and mud midst a cursed swamp. Certainly nothing to inspire a bard. Near the battle's end, Meave stormed the great stone tower to which Caldwell had fled. The Queen ascended the stairs, dealing blow after blow, blood cascading down in her wake. She reached the top floor to find the Count waiting, with no intention to defend himself.
If it's mercy you expect, you'll be sorely disappointed.
Mercy. I know you all too well for that, Maeve. Ever vindictive and cruel.
All this from a paragon of knightly virtues. You stabbed me in the back, Caldwell, and used Willem to do so. My son!
Who agreed without a moment's hesitation. Forsaken by your own soul, your flesh and blood. What's that say about you?
Oh, you tread on thin ice. Choose your next words carefully.
Spare me your threats. You'll kill me all the same.
Death can come in many ways, Count. Some quick, some slow.
My, how you strut and vaunt. Terribly sure of yourself. Perhaps too sure.
Your castle is mine. I've crushed your force. I dare say no, I'm not.
Precisely my point. Don't you see? The Empire's not one army, it's dozens, hundreds. It's what I strove to knock into that thick dome of yours. Alas, you're too much a dullard. Soon as I'd learned you'd crossed into Angren, I sent for reinforcements. They'll be here soon. 3 regiments, armed to the teeth.
Nilfgaardians seem ever to have the upper hand, yet I find the means to defeat them.
Not this time, Maeve. Nilfgaard comes in numbers. 10 Imperial footmen to each and every one of yours. You'll not win, nor can you flee. Do you know why?
Enlighten me. I dare you.
But one bridge leads to Tuzla. As it happens, I ordered it raised as you laid siege. The swamps around the castle are too deep to cross. Try to rebuild the bridge, the Imperial troops will arrive before you can finish. Your men they'll slay as you watch, and then they'll wring your neck.
I wouldn't be so pleased were I you. You won't live to see this outcome.
I know that, but I take heart in the truth. Though the castle you've seized and will likely kill me, I've won. Outsmarted you, Maeve. Twice now. And you know what? 'Twasn't even that hard.
With those words, with his arrogance and contempt, Caldwell had gone too far. The Queen gripped his shoulders, pushed. Caldwell stumbled backwards, then tripped out the window. A blood-chilling shriek filled the courtyard, then broke off abruptly.
Now fool me thrice. Try.
Maeve slapped the dust from her hands. The traitor had met a deserving end at last.
I love the reflection in the glass.
To revel in the Count's demise. If Caldwell had spoken the truth, the Queen and her army were in grave danger. Maeve's scouts quickly confirmed the traitor's claim. The bridge was indeed in flames, and Nilfgaardian regiments were advancing from the south. Now to confirm if there was truly no other route by which they could flee. The Queen ordered her men to ask the local peasants. One of their number, a stable hand who'd lived near Tuzla all his life, claimed a secret path led out the back of the stronghold.
King Ragbard himself ordered it built. Had him drop great stones into its swamp, one after another, like beads on a string. Bitter water covers them, so you can't see nowt at start. You can make 'em out if you go proper slow, though.
What is it?
The stones, they lead to Isgith. And there, my lady, lurks an evil worse nor any black-clad army.
What? A beast of some sort?
Some say beast, others God. Gurnikora, they call her. And you'll yet see, my lady. Isgith shines red with your blood.
A silly tale to frighten children, Lee thought at first. Then paused. For something about the man's voice made his every word believable.
None too encouraging, yet preferable to certain death. Tell me, from Isgith, will we reach the banks of the Yaruga, near Red Lobenden, perchance?
Aye, your majesty. You need but head north. And pray all along the way.
Soon, Maeve stood where the stable hand had said she should, at the edge of a vast marsh. Carefully, she dipped a foot into the broth, and probed for solid ground. Sure enough, she found stone. One cautious step, then another. Maeve slowly strode off towards Isgith.
That's why you can't go back, because they've destroyed the bridge. Revenge is best served cold. What does reinforcements do? Choose an ally, play all copies of it from your deck. Wouldn't be the worst way of getting all your arbalists out, but not super useful. And morale's low, huh?
With the path to Isgith hidden from view, Meve proceeded like one blind, moving solely by touch. With each step, she could not know if she would find rock or plunge beneath the black water's surface. The Queen's soldiers followed single file, carefully mirroring her every move. The Lyrians near the end
I mean,
of their
like, maybe just have a big stick in
got
front of you.
when a light breeze dispersed the fog to reveal dry land. The Queen let out a sigh of relief.
At last.
Meve kicked off her boots to empty them of water and mud, then promptly screamed. Her legs were in leeches, slimy, bloated leeches. Ignoring the pain and trickling blood, she frantically tore them from her legs, wishing to be rid of them. Having plucked the last parasite from her calf, Meve grabbed her boot to crush the bloodsucker beneath her heel. Yet it had already slithered off. She spotted it on the trunk of a birch where, like a very fast snail, it was climbing.
What the devils?
But Meve's words caught in her throat. Leeches and ticks in the dozens dangled from the tree's branches. Some were so gorged on blood that their skin was translucent and on the point of bursting. Meve had some difficulty muting the urge to retch. The Queen stepped back, finding it hard to believe what hung before her eyes, confused as to what it all meant.
Morale goes down again. Morale was already a pretty bad game. You don't have to keep tanking the morale more. Those guys took damage from the wall.
You mad? Don't shake that!
Yeah, his power was already above 8, so it just spawned a fog instantly. Neat. Let's destroy the lowest units. Right. Yeah, Sephiroth's already cooled down. I don't understand how it's triggering faster. And don't get me wrong, I'm not upset that it's triggering faster, but I don't understand it.
This could hurt.
One boat's all I need. Give me a target.
I think you'll really like this one.
Fighters. Really? Having the ability to set gold and fire would be pretty handy here, game. It's fine.
Have her done in a jiffy.
Oh, I'm building up charges for sale. Neat. Didn't think you could do that.
Arbalist at your command. Armor won't serve.
What's a helmet if not a pot turned over?
When will you ever learn?
All right, that's no problem.
Nothing but fiends, huh?
Looking to dance, mate? What you looking at?
This deck certainly makes for closer games than the fetch deck made, but still sufficient. I don't need as many of those guys that deal damage to a whole row on fire though, because I don't get enough fire to make them reliable. Sahil's pretty strong though. Like, it also seems to be cooling down wrong. Like sometimes it's cooling down after 2 turns, sometimes only after 1. I don't know why, because it doesn't specify. But hey, I ain't gonna complain. Yeah. You'd have something in there, but we don't need those guys. Try to set the sappers. Yeah, also we can put the tree cavalry back in, given we can mark units and damage them by 2 every turn. We can things enough for Sahil. Yeah, that's probably fine. Get rid of 1 wearing Pathfinder because we don't actually have much chance of drawing them. That seems fine. Right, it's 10 past 3, which means time to go to work. So, in the interim, thanks for watching. Might play a little tonight when I get back from work. Probably won't, because it'll be late enough. But, yeah, I'll definitely play more of this tomorrow morning, that's for sure. Oh, and the Resident Evil 2 demo comes out tomorrow morning as well, which I will definitely play. So, until then, thanks for watching.